Okay, thank you. So it's 5:30, so I'm going to call our meeting to order. Today is August 16th, 2022, and this is a business meeting of the North Kingstown School Committee. Our first item on our agenda is an executive session, so I'd ask for a motion to recess to executive session for the purpose of job performance, character, physical or mental health of a person or person, provided that that person or person affected has been notified in advance in writing and advised that they may require that the discussion be held in an open meeting pursuant to 4246(5)(a)(1), and they have been so notified. Can I have a motion to that effect? A motion from Ms. Lima, second from Mr. Mather. Was that a second? Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We are in executive session. We expect to resume at about 6 o'clock. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to call our meeting to order. Today is August 16th, 2022, and this is a business meeting of the North Kingstown School Committee. I ask if everyone could please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And I just want to mention, we do have a list for citizens' comments. If you'd like to speak, you could please sign up at the podium. And just first we'll do roll call.
Mr. Blasbach?
Here.
Mrs. Hildebrand?
Here.
Mrs. Hoskins? Mrs. Lima?
Here.
Mr. Mather?
Here.
Mrs. Schott?
Okay, thank you. So the way we set this up is I wanted to give ample time for citizens' comments for anyone who wanted to speak, and we have a couple business items that were time-sensitive that we needed to approve. The primary purpose of this meeting this evening is for the interviews of the candidates. We had told the candidates that we would begin those interviews at about 7 o'clock, so we'll get through our agenda and the citizens' comments and get to that, and then we'll discuss that part of it as well. And if I could get the list. So as always, we ask if you could please limit your time to 3 minutes and speak your name and full address for the record. First person is Richard Welsh.
Good evening, Richard Welch, 8 Arrow Lane. I wanted to
Sir,
say...
I know, but could you just say the town? We just make everyone say it, though I do know it.
North Kingstown.
Thank you, sir.
I just wanted to say thank you for allowing the public to be involved in this interview process. When I was on school committee, we did it closed. The other important thing that I wanted to say is be really happy, enthused with who the finalist is. Please don't make a decision just because you got to make a decision. It's too important for everyone involved not to be 100% satisfied with where you're going. This is going to be a very tough job. I don't think anybody thinks any differently about that. Walking out of the house tonight, my wife said something to me that kind of said the same thing. Who wants that job? It's going to be tough on everybody. So please, take your time, do a great job. Best of luck to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Crystal Simas. Simas, sorry.
Crystal Simas, 55 Collins Court, North Kingstown. As tonight is an introduction to the 3 candidates for our next superintendent, I think it would be fitting to address them. We're about to begin a new school year, and many issues were left unresolved, and I urge you to prioritize these things that were neglected. One such negligence that needs to be addressed is the fact that our teachers do not have a contract. I am voicing my concern as a parent and a public school educator myself. I am appalled that the district has failed to negotiate a fair contract for their teachers. As a high school teacher for 20 years, I can empathize with the struggles of our profession has faced. My children have gone through the NKSD school district their entire lives, and I cannot speak highly enough about the educators that have dedicated their lives to my children. Despite all of the issues plaguing education, I have witnessed firsthand how my children's teachers work tirelessly every day, creating innovative, engaging, and challenging lessons for their students. I can appreciate their frustration of not only this, but of all the other mandates that have been thrown at them with very little guidance. To my knowledge, very little progress has been made in ratifying a new teacher contract. However, in March, your central office found time to negotiate for themselves. In justification for the exorbitant amount of money per diem some of the top administrators received in addition to their salaries, they claimed the $600 per day was warranted because they wore multiple hats. These roles, the increased stipend for the top 2 administrators cost an additional $42,000. For me personally, in addition to being a Spanish teacher, I have been a mentor, surrogate parent, social worker, guidance counselor, special educator for MTSS students, career planner, technology expert, overall advocate for students, and the list goes on and on. As teachers, we never get paid for all the hats that we wear. We do it because it's what's good for kids and we love our students. These teachers deserve the respect and gratitude to reflect their dedication. I stand here in solidarity with the teachers in hopes that you can afford them the same courtesies that you have given to your top administrators.
Thank you. Okay, that's all I have for citizens' comments this evening. So moving on the agenda. Next we have the superintendent's report. So I'll turn things over to Mr. Waterman.
Thank you. I am here to update the committee and the community on where we stand after our presentation and restructuring back in May. At that time, I had mentioned a reorganization of the athletics department. One such reorganization was the addition of an additional athletic administrator, an assistant athletic director / athletic trainer, and I'm happy to report that Sean Petrucci has taken on that role and has been in that role since July 1st. On that meeting in May, I also talked about a communications app that would be coming out. That app was sent to Apple around August 1st for inclusion in the iOS Apple Store. And just last night, it went into beta. So it is not available for download just yet. Beta testing is the final step. For it to get into the Apple Store is a great success. The fact that I've been able to download it with a special code and everything in it is functioning. What I want to be very clear in saying, the communications component of the app is the next part to come. Once the app is up and fully functional, then we can work on adding the communications piece. I anticipate that will happen sometime during the month of September. So the communications piece of the app is delayed. The app itself I'd hope to have out earlier, but it is beyond our control. But the fact that it's available now for beta downloading is a tremendous step forward. So I look forward to fully discussing that release soon. We have also issued all of our coaches email addresses. So all of our fall coaches should have an NKSD email address. And as I mentioned, communication with our student athletes and families needs to come through one of two methods: the email, through email with an NKSD email account, or through the app, which is not yet available. So for the time being, the only way your student athletes should be communicating with their coaches is via email. In addition to that, RIL created an online registration portal where all coaches will update all of their coaching certifications, and those certifications will be available in one place for the school administration to look up. One of the other highlights of our reorganization of the athletic department was all coaches having the necessary training, and I'm happy to report that football started this week. And on day one, all of our football coaches had all of the certifications that they needed to have in order to step on that field. No coach stepped on that field without having everything in place. And I do want to take a moment to highlight the trainings that all of our coaches will have completed. They need the fundamentals of coaching, which is required by the Rhode Island Scholastic League. They need concussion awareness, a sudden cardiac arrest course, CPR and first aid. We had initially thought we were going to be the pioneer in requiring all of our coaches to have the course of protecting students from abuse, but the day before, or a couple days before we went live with our presentation, RIL also mandated that all coaches must complete protecting students from abuse. NKSD has added the courses Title IX, engaging effectively with parents, And there's a few titles here, but this is all one course: bullying, hazing, and inappropriate behavior. So all of our coaches will have those 8 courses completed before stepping on the field, in addition to any other human resources related paperwork outside of payment. The payment stuff we don't worry about. If somebody owes us a W, I don't even know what number it is, but they must have a BCI if they're a new coach before stepping onto the field. We talked about large group trainings that would be offered. At our football parent meeting this weekend, our 2 mental health staff were introduced. Unfortunately, only one was able to be on site, but fortunately, the one that was able to be on site is new to the school, so she was able to. The student athletes were able to see a new face of who they can go to, and the other gentleman is the same person who was in place last year. Mandatory reporting training is happening in all of our preseason coaches meetings. We have tentatively planned for the February-March timeframe an open session on mental health. We have another tentatively scheduled for fall/early winter, depending on when the trainer's available, because the trainer that we're targeting is a football coach. We have that lined up for early fall/winter on implicit bias. And in the fall, we're going to do a whole group presentation. Now, we're going to invite anybody who wants to participate, but it may not necessarily apply to everybody. But anybody who's interested in the NCAA process, the clearinghouse process, we're going to make that available. Also, at the last school committee meeting in June, policy GBEBB, which is titled Professional Conduct with Students, that policy was put into effect. That went through the policy subcommittee and had a first read on June 14th and then approved on June 28th. So that is my update.
Thank you very much, Mr. Waterman. Sure. Ms. Lima? Oh, sorry, we don't. This one should go that way better.
So thank you for that. As a football mom, I was at the preseason meeting, and I just want to commend Sherry Monaco on her presentation. She did an absolutely fabulous job. But I do have a couple questions. The first being, it was my understanding that the parent preseason meetings were mandatory, and I noticed at that meeting there was no tracking. So I just want to make sure that that's happening moving forward to keep track of the parents who are attending.
I'll check with Mr. Cobain on his plan for that.
In terms of the reorganization of the athletics staff, you had mentioned in the May presentation that you were going to be getting clerical support for the athletic department.
Thank you. Yes. So thank you. I actually did not include that. So yes, I have been in contact with Dr. Morse, and we do have clerical support that will be in place for the start of school.
Okay. I've been very vocal about the fact that I did not renew Mr. Cobain's contract or support the position of the assistant athletic department because I have concerns about the structure of those positions. Where did the revised job description stand on those?
They are under development.
Okay. In terms of policies, you mentioned the one that was approved. You had talked about extracurricular policies and procedures and reviewing those in that presentation. Has that happened? So
that policy applies not just to athletics, but applies to all activities.
So that was what you meant by extracurricular?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Is there a official policy that outlines yet who needs to go where for what? I know you talked about it in the presentation about, complaints about X go to the principal, complaints about Y go to the athletic director, but is that written down somewhere?
I do not know if that's written down in the athletic handbook, but I can inquire about that.
Okay, thank you. Has there been any feedback from the resolution that the school committee made to the Rhode Island Interscholastic League issuing guidelines about testing between coaches and athletes?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one?
We made a resolution back in March urging the Rhode Island Interscholastic League.
Nobody has reached out to me.
Okay, could you follow up with them, please? The BCIs and the training that the coaches are doing, is there a system in place internally for us to track that?
We have, our HR office tracks all that.
Okay.
Yep.
I noticed, I was looking on the, whatever that online training portal is, the Title IX training, the description of that course doesn't reference sexual harassment. It only mentions females in sports. So does that course actually cover sexual harassment?
I would need to get back to you on that.
Thank you. And that was it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So next on our agenda is our consent agenda. Do any members have any items they would like to exempt from the consent agenda? Okay, hearing none, I'd ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
A motion from Ms. Hildebrand, a second from Ms. Hoskins. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. So we've reached the end of our business part of the meeting. Now, folks, I'm going to check and see what we can do. I had no way to know whether I was going to have 2 people here for citizens' comments or 100 people here for citizens' comments. Those of you who've been to our meetings in the past would know that that can vary drastically, and we have had both swings. So I'm going to check and see if we'd be able to start early as long as the people are here. Right, I know on the agenda, I just mean I've got to check and make sure that they're ready. Yep. So we're going to call a brief recess. We'll check on the status of our candidates, and then we'll take it from there. So if I could have a motion for a recess. I have a motion from Ms. Hoskins, second Mr. Mather. All those in favor? Aye. So we're taking a brief recess. We'll get going on the interviews. we'll get started. Okay, Chaz, are you good? Hello. Okay, thank you. So just so folks and Dr. Emma, you know how we have this set up. There are some questions there for you. The candidates have not seen these questions in advance, but we did print them out for them just because some of them are sort of multi-part questions, and we wanted them to be able to refer back to that. If you didn't hear me or you didn't remember the exact question, you're welcome to do that. And I want to welcome you. We do have 8 questions, and we figured about 45 minutes per candidate. So if we keep the responses to around 5 minutes each, pick up or leave off where you feel appropriate, we'll be on track to give everyone the amount of time that we'd like to. So, I'm going to read each of the questions just because otherwise we think it'd be confusing to be going back and forth between people. So. All right. So I want to start by welcoming you, and I'll start with our first question. And it is, please describe your interest in the North Kingstown School Department and why you applied. Discuss one of your greatest accomplishments in your previous jobs, and when did you realize you wanted to dedicate your career to public education?
So, it's great to be back. For those of you who don't know, I was a principal at Forest Park Elementary for over 8 years, about 5 years ago. And so my interest in North Kingstown Public Schools is because I think I really I understand the power and excitement that North Kingstown has when we work together on initiatives. I say that having been here when we rolled out one-to-one, and this entire space was filled with learners. We weren't exactly sure how it was going to roll out in our schools, but we were so excited and we were collaborative and working together, and I think that energy is possible in North Kingstown, and so I would love to come back to be part of that. One of my greatest accomplishments in my previous jobs, I think one of my greatest accomplishments is there was a lot of focus on data and always on students who were not learning, and thinking about the shift of what capabilities do all of our students have, and how could we make learning exciting for our students. And so as a principal of Forest Park, I worked with my staff, and it was really a wonder how we could do this. And so one of our very successful initiatives was starting a book club. And I remember one time, so this book club grew, and our students all participated, 3 through 5, our students participated in that book club. And one of our challenges was we no longer had a space in our school large enough to hold the book club. And so it was about really having our students connect, have a common language, and that energy in our school. Kids were talking about books in the lunchroom, kids were talking about books in the research yard, kids were saying, you should read this book. And always I had a question about why Mrs. Amelot had chosen that book. And it was an authentic way for me to share with my students who I was and how I valued them. And so it was really one of my exciting times as an educator, and my students have written that to me as well. So when did I realize I wanted to dedicate my career to public education? I was pre-accepted into medical school, and as a pre-med major, I thought I was always going to serve. And I was serving. I was working with students at a halfway house, learning how to read, and I was volunteering my time with them. And I realized that was the excitement and energy students have when they're figuring it out was just something that I really wanted to be part of. And so after 2 years in organic chemistry, I shared with my parents that I was leaving my scholarship and returning home to Rhode Island College to become an educator. And I have had, my son says, so you just really just love your job. And one time he learned the definition of workaholic, and he's like, but you're a good workaholic. You just love education. And for those of you who, I really do. I think it's really exciting when you see the power of people coming together to support student learning, and you see it in their faces, and it just brings energy. And
Okay, thank you. Next question is, how would you determine if a specific curriculum needed to be changed, and describe how you would approach changing the curriculum so that you obtain support from families, faculty, and students?
Well, I think using data, we would understand how curriculums could be used. And data is both quantitative and qualitative. And so first of all, we'd look at what are students, how are they, who's succeeding, where are the gaps in that, who's not succeeding as high as we'd like them to. Because across the country, sometimes even 70% we see that as good. And we're like, well, what's happening to the other 30%? Who do we need to support and how? And thinking about that. So I think I would use data, but also the quantitative data, but also qualitative data. And asking students, thinking about what opportunity, what do they remember? How do they know they're learning? And listening to things from our students so that we understand what engages them. Because we know deep learning is so important, but students cannot learn if they don't feel connected and they don't feel the material is authentic for them. And so that's really important for them to be learners. And so I think looking at our curriculum, we would need to use data, both all holistic data about who is succeeding and how we could make that more engaging for our students, and authentic for our students. And then how would I gain support from our families, faculty, and students? Very interesting. I was part of many curriculum changes in Warwick Public Schools, and gaining support for that was really about being transparent of our why. Why did we need to change? Change is always happening, but positive change requires a lot of action. And so it requires a lot of communication. It requires being able to describe what our new vision is of what the curriculum would allow us to do, and taking some time about what are people's questions. So for Rhode Island across the board, just rolled out more math materials that were often very conceptually based, and so our secondary teachers were thinking, how is that going to work? Many of our teachers and I would say our K-12 teachers often ask for professional learning in Warwick to support that. And so that was how I gained our teacher support, but for our parent support, starting back with Common Core state standards when people were like, what math is this? And thinking about how do we engage our families, what questions do they have, and being transparent of why do things need to change, from the simple of why can't our students just learn their facts anymore? Why do they have to break the numbers down like this? So I think really having a vision of where our students, how the curriculum would support our students' overall learning is important. And so, I think that would be incredibly important for the success of a new curriculum.
Thank you. Next is, can you describe your experience working with teacher and support staff unions and any experience you have with collective bargaining, and what is your approach to this work?
Yes. So throughout my career, I've had different opportunities to work with and collaborate both as a teacher as well as an administrator. And so I think it's really important that in that communication, it is an understanding of a common outcome. What are some things that we want? How is the collective bargaining agreement going to work to support the mission and vision of North Kingstown schools? What needs to be in there? If there's changes that need to be made, I think it needs to understand as to why those changes take place. So as a new administrator in North Kingstown, there was a change in the contract that added something for the secondary teachers, but that was not stated in the contract, and elementary teachers were doing it automatically. It was just part of their nature. Well, that became problematic when it was added for secondary and not mentioned for the elementary as part of their practice in the collective bargaining agreement. So I worked that negotiation to add in the language that would support what the elementary's work, the teachers they were doing. And that was really thinking about that first experience in that collective bargaining agreement made me really think about ensuring that we have an understanding of the other's position. So often we want to negotiate instead of listen at first. And so I think when we listen first and negotiate second, in many of our relationships, but including in collective bargaining agreements, that's key. And so across my time as an administrator in Warwick, we also had a new collective bargaining agreement, and so I worked on understanding what changes in that agreement could be made that would further support the mission of that school department. And so I think it's continuing to look at that and being transparent.
Thank you. Next question is, describe your experience in building a complete district budget and how you approach investing school district funds. If you were put in a position to have to cut from funds from a budget, how would you make those decisions?
So I have been in the situation in both of my actually in all of my districts that I've worked in Rhode Island, that budget funding is, there's always more wants than there is funds. And we need to really look at, Stephen Covey says, you need to put in your big rocks first. I worked as my first year as an administrator. There was a superintendent needed to make some shifts that would rebalance schools to eliminate some positions and to look at that. And so that was really difficult as to how we were going to be moving students to a different school so that we could shut down an existing wing to save funds. That took a lot of thinking about and being transparent with our population. In Warwick Public Schools, we had significant funds that were cut. We had to in our budget, and sports might have been cut for our secondary students, which is part of their being often in school. And so when we think about that, think about what is in that budget that we could ensure that our students are getting the experience and that we want our students to have, and our teachers are getting the support that they need to create that. And so I think when we look at the budget, I have been on the team that created the budget in Warwick Public Schools for over 4 years. I did my own budget. Part of the budgeting process is as a leader of my building in Forest Park. And I think that when you're transparent and you have your whys of what do we want to do, and you think about what needs to go in first, and you understand what can't be moved, what's a non-negotiable, but you think of long-term planning. So if there is something that cut off this year, how could we plan for that? What other funding sources do we have? And how can we use our funding sources such as title funds and grant funding to secure things that we're curious about that didn't unfortunately make the budget list? So I've had that opportunity multiple times. And when our budgets were cut, sometimes I can remember working as a part of a team that said, okay, this is all we have left. Let's be really transparent of what we need to accomplish this year. And that when you put it out on the line, some people are like, well, I guess I don't really need this conference money. I'm not really sure what this $1,000 are. So I think you need to be very clear and be transparent and ensure that your largest needs go in first.
Thank you. Considering the many decisions that face any superintendent, how and what input do you currently obtain from your students, teachers, parents, staff, and school administrators who are directly affected by those decisions?
I think you do it by looking at both the data that's available as well as quantitatively, as well as really listening to our students and staff and families. And I say that SurveyWorks has a host of information on it, and North Kingstown's has very interesting data of what really some things to celebrate and things to reflect and be curious about what's not working in that data. And so I think when we're making decisions, it's not, as I said about collective bargaining agreement, it's not about negotiating, it's about understanding their why. So, and thinking about why are we making that decision, who will it benefit, and really thinking strategically. So what are our assumptions that we're making when we're thinking about that decision? Whose interests are we ensuring that are part of that decision? what risks are in that decision. So are we really thinking through what could happen if it doesn't work, and what do we need to put in place to minimize those risks? And we also need to think about threats to our decision. So are there people who, are we making a decision that we need to plan for resistance and think about a threat to that decision? So I think first and foremost, we make many, many decisions, but we need to think about what assumptions are we making, what data do we have, what quantitative data are we having to make the decision, and then who are we listening to, whose voices haven't we heard in that decision, and really ensure that we have a two-way communication system and being clear about those decisions and about our why.
Thank you. What steps have you taken to reduce bias and champion diversity in your current district? Please provide specific examples.
So I think, this is something I continue to learn and reflect on. As part of my PhD program, there was lots of opportunities to question my own bias, which is where we always need to start. In my current role, we think about we walk our leaders through doing something called an autoethnography, really thinking about their own strengths and vulnerabilities, because so many of us some things that have happened in our past allow us to champion certain things in our future, and they become our strengths. And it's understanding how we diversify that so that we can have that ability to champion for all students. So thinking about how I have taken steps for that. So in my current position, I'm currently working on writing curriculum that allows that. And then in my schools, I've always worked to make sure each and every child had a sense of belonging. And to think about that sense of belonging, you have to think about how are we creating that? Because so often we know the environment we create supports that individual. So I think so that work started years ago for me in my own classroom, thinking about ensuring that all of my students felt a sense of belonging in that classroom and they were learning. And then in Warwick Public Schools, in my previous position, we had to look at what barriers were we putting in place? What systemic barriers did we have that increased certain students' chances of success, but significantly decreased others? And so we worked to establish a plan to start to de-track our middle schools, because our students were tracked starting in 6th grade. And so we often know that de-tracking supports the learning of all students, but yet it increases the learning of our students who are often tracked in a lower track and at a lower level. So really increasing that high quality instruction and allow our students to have grade level instruction is one of the things I worked in my previous position, because we know that our students need a sense of belonging, but we need to ensure that our students we have high expectations for all our students and that they have opportunity. We know across data across the country that says so often our students that have been minoritized do not have access to the same type of rigorous academic learning experience as other students. And so it's really reflecting and thinking about how are we increasing those for all students. And so those are the things that I have done to champion diversity and welcome students and reduce bias.
Thank you. Many parents are concerned about safety in schools, but safety has many implications, such as the safety of the physical plant, protection of students from physical harm, security of your facilities, and social and emotional safety and well-being of students. How have you worked to operate a safe environment for your students?
So I have continually worked to make a safe environment for my students, and I think I will start with the social emotional safety and well-being of our students. And so I think that is first, that for me as a teacher, before I really was thinking about the global safety of our school, that's where my heart and thoughts always went first. And so it was very easy for me to think about transitioning that to a school where all students felt welcome, They were embraced for their learning. They were accepted for, so many of us have such diverse learning needs, and those things are so, those can be seen as such strengths and assets when we learn to build on those. And so I think that's for me where I started as an educator, and that became easy to transition to as an administrator. As an administrator, it was, I apologize, thinking back about the protection of students from physical harm. That's really in the physical plant. So first about physical harm, so often that physical harm starts from, if we're thinking about students who have had bullying, it happens from things that we are not fully understanding in our own environment, that we're not curious and looking at. And so as a simple rule in my school, first and foremost was respect. Second, in the lunchroom, you couldn't save seats. And people were like, why can't you save seats? Because so often we have these little things for elementary schoolers that start barriers and start students feeling isolated. And those things need to be removed, because it's easy to say, oh, I'm saving this for someone, and that allows someone else to feel unwelcome. And so those things start simple, and it sounds so simple, but when we remove those, we look at, okay, let's calm the situation down, make sure everybody has a sense of belonging, and then the physical harm between students often does not escalate. And then we have policies and procedures to ensure that students are safe. Then as an administrator, we continually had to look and learn and how to make our physical plant more safe from, unfortunately, people were doing things that were not imaginable to us. However, those things are happening. And so I think we were working with experts in the field about what does that mean, how are we having response times, how are we ensuring, and that is a continuous process. We are continuing to learn more and more about how to keep our physical plants safe through the technology that's available, as well as the reflection, unfortunately, on incidents that have happened. And so I think it's keeping that communication and using the experts that we have and partnering with them to ensure that we have our physical plant is safe, our students are safe from physical harm, thinking about what type of communication systems do we have if our students don't feel that sense of belonging, don't feel that they are safe in a space. So what communication systems do we have? And always being curious and using our eyes and thinking in ears to think about what is happening in our spaces. So having formal systems of communication and also informal, of being very curious and looking at our spaces. So I think that is how I would work to continue. That's how I have done it as a leader, and I think that's how I would continue to do it as a leader of a district, is to first and foremost ensure that our students all of those need to be taken into consideration for our students to be learners and feel safe at school and be part of a learning community.
Thank you. And our last question is, do you have anything to add that you'd like to tell us that has not been brought out through the interview process?
So, yes, thank you. So, first and foremost, I think that I am such a continuous and curious learner that is an advocate for all students. That has been part of my past professional career. I have been a special educator, I have held roles in policy, and I have been an administrator and a coach. And so I think having this diverse perspective really allows me to make connections. And I say that because I seek to make connections and build relationships with people. And that is something I think is so key and important as a leader, is to not just say that that is important, but to really model the way. So I think that I would bring to North Kingstown School that passion, that ambition to support all learners and to work with teachers and our community to really build the capacity of our educators to be able to provide that learning experience. And one of my strengths is actually partnering with families and engaging those and being part of the process. So I think, I have the knowledge to lead, and I'm as an instructional leader as well as an organizing and I have the organizational skills to lead and experiences after 14 years of being an administrator, thinking about how I can help support North Kingstown schools. But I also can build those relationships, and I have a passion. And I don't think that you will find someone who can bring more of that to North Kingstown with more heart, and that will support the growth and continued success of this district.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are all of our questions. Thank you very much for coming. And just to mention something I meant to mention at the beginning to the audience, we won't be making or announcing any decisions this evening, but we're hearing all of the candidates, and we'll be taking it from there. So thank you very much. And so, folks, just to let you know, we are running early, and that has kind of messed up the schedule because the candidates were expecting, certain blocks of time. So, we don't want to rush them or make them feel rushed either. It's not fair. So I apologize for the, delays and pauses between the two. But as I mentioned, we wanted to give everyone ample time to answer the questions at their own pace and schedule accordingly. So thank you for your patience. And just one other note is if you came in late and missed the beginning of the interview because we did start a little early, it is being recorded and live streamed, so you'll be able to go back and watch any portion that you might have missed. So, ladies and gentlemen, our next candidate is just about ready, so we'll start again in a moment.
You too, Don Cowart.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce Mr. Don Cowart, who is our next candidate. And just because he hasn't heard what we said last time, and for anyone who came in late, there are a list of what the questions are going to be there on the table for you. The candidates have not seen them in advance, but they're there for their reference because some of them have multiple parts, and that way if they need to refer back to the question, it's a little easier for them. The other thing that I mentioned to the other candidates is that we have 8 questions for you. If we keep them under, and we plan for about 45 minutes per candidate, we don't necessarily need that long, but if you keep each response to around 5 minutes, that would take up 40 minutes and give us, keep us right on track. You're welcome to take more or less if you think you need to on any given question. And if we finish early, that's fine as well. But just that was the logic behind the timing. So I'll get started if you're ready. So our first question is, please describe your interest in the North Kingstown School Department and why you applied. Discuss one of your greatest accomplishments in your previous jobs, and when did you realize you wanted to dedicate your career to public education?
All right, so good evening, everyone. I'm going to take it, start at the end and work backwards, if that's okay, because I didn't have that natural progression that some people have when they got into education. My wife knew she wanted to be a teacher when she was 5, and she had her, child memory book, and it said on it, literally in her 5th year of life that she wanted to be a teacher. I did not have that. I wanted to do lots of things. I had lots of interests. I did not go to college. My initial first time going to school for education, I studied history and political science. I thought maybe I would work for the government. I thought about a lot of different things. And then I had an aha moment in thinking about what I wanted to be and what I wanted to do. And I had realized in my life, no matter if it had to do with sports or scouting or in my family, I had always been put in a position where I was a leader, a decision maker, and a teacher, and always showing and training people. One of my first jobs was at McDonald's. I was 16 years old, and within the first month I was there, I was showing and teaching people how to use equipment that I had just seen for the first time, the prior month. And it became very comfortable to me and very comforting to be able to provide people, use my expertise to provide people with the skills that they needed to be successful. And I got pleasure out of watching people learn and then take those skills and be successful. So I remember the conversation distinctly, and you're going to think this is not true, but it's 100% true. I was living in North Kingstown, and my wife's cousin also lived in North Kingstown over in Whitford Village. We were in the car driving, and I said to my wife and her cousin, I'm not sure what I want to do next, but I think maybe it might be teaching. And my wife was already a teacher. She was, from 5, she wanted to be a teacher, so she was well on her way. And we had this long conversation driving in this car through North Kingstown, and soon after that, and I actually said this to the first interview committee, I decided I would want to learn more about what that would mean for me, and I started volunteering at the local Y and working with students, took my first class, took my second class, and next thing you know, I'm in the teacher certification program at URI. I got my certificate, and I was teaching within 6 months of that. Now, I will say, it wasn't easy. I actually had to move to New Jersey to get my first job, because back in those days, there was no school spring. There weren't a lot of openings, and when you wanted the job, you sent out 32 applications to 32 districts, and you crossed your fingers that somebody would call you back. So I actually moved to New Jersey because I had an opportunity to get my feet on the ground as soon as I possibly could, and then I made my way back to Rhode Island. So that's when I realized I wanted to be a teacher, and I've been teaching ever since, whether it's been in the classroom in front of students. I was an elementary teacher. I taught first grade, I taught second grade, I taught third grade, I taught fifth grade. I have no problem with fourth grade, but for some reason I never taught fourth grade. I kind of wish I had, so that my story would be a little bit more complete, that I had taught 1 to 5. And I've spent lots of time in kindergarten, but I've never actually taught kindergarten myself. So my interest in North Kingstown, I kind of talked about that a little bit already. My wife's whole family is from North Kingstown. When we first started dating and developing our relationship, it was in North Kingstown. We went to the concerts in Whitford, over in the parking lot on the water before the concerts were over by the beach. Every summer, we attended every parade. We came to every event that possibly could happen in North Kingstown. My father-in-law, my mother-in-law belonged to the yacht club, so we spend lots of time here. And I will say to you, in the course of this year, there was probably 6 postings for superintendents in Rhode Island. And this is the only one that I applied to. And that's not because I felt like I had to be in North Kingstown, but something about North Kingstown made me feel like this was the right place to apply for my first superintendency. So I applied. And the fact that I got a second interview makes me feel so happy and proud of myself, because this is the first job for superintendent that I've applied for. And to be at this level is a good moment for me. So I'm going to celebrate that for a second.
Okay, thank you. Next is, how would you determine if a specific curriculum needed to be changed, and describe how you would approach changing the curriculum so that you obtain support from families, faculty, and students?
Okay, so I'm going to answer that question, but I'm also going to fold in part of the first question that I skipped about my greatest accomplishment, if that's okay, because I don't want to leave anything on the table here. So I was the curriculum director in Coventry for a number of years, and before Department of Ed came out with the legislation, actually the General Assembly came out with the legislation that talked about high-quality curriculum materials for all students. But before that even happened, when I got that position in Coventry, and we did an audit of all our current curriculum, we discovered very quickly, or I discovered, because I had no department, I was a department of 1, in a position that did not exist, by the way. So I was the first curriculum director by myself. And I went through every binder and every notebook and everything I could find, and quickly discovered that we had out-of-date curriculum in Coventry. So we immediately put together a committee, we created a curriculum cycle, we did a lot of research on what we wanted our curriculum to look like, and it was a big accomplishment for me to get us moving in the right direction. And within the first few years, we were able to get a number of key curriculum areas up and running and updated, and saw the results of that almost immediately. It was also a success for me because when I was able to move into the assistant superintendent position, the person who took my place didn't have to start the way I started. They were able to pick up the ball and move it forward, and that's right around the same time that RIDE had required people to adopt high-quality curriculum materials. And so we were already moving in that direction. We participated in ed reports, we did all the cohort work, and we were able to kind of go through a process of researching curriculum, looking at what matches our priorities, and selecting curriculum that we thought would be in the best interest of our students. And so when you think about curriculum needs and thinking about changes to curriculum, I think there's a lot of things to consider. One is what's required by the General Assembly, by the law. Like, what do you need to do for what's required by the state? But you also have to look at your priorities, at your community. You have to really think long and hard what you want for your students and what you want for your community, and set up priorities that then you can align to the curriculum materials that you're looking at or the decisions that you're looking to make, so that when you make decisions, they're rooted in what's most important to you as a community, not just on the opinions or the feelings of the 2 or 3 or 5 people who happen to be sitting at the table at that time. I've learned a lot over the last few years with curriculum, and one of the things I've learned is everybody has sort of their own bias based on their experiences of what they think is what's best for students. From the most small example of, I want to teach my volcano unit because I always have. That's the only reason. I always have, so I want to teach my volcano unit, and I'm going to sit here and I'm going to fight for my volcano unit because my kids love it. And that's a real conversation, because that person doesn't realize that that unit doesn't align with the standards. That person doesn't realize that that unit actually should sit in a different grade level, and that person doesn't realize that maybe what they're showing and teaching their students doesn't even align to best practice or pedagogy. So that's a conversation. But then there's another conversation about, at a much higher level, we want to integrate technology, and we have teachers who are resistant to that, but our students are ready and primed to go. And how do we make sure that we give them the tools they need to be successful? So when you're looking at curriculum and you have to make decisions about what's best for your students, I think it's important that as a community you come up with your priorities, whether it's at the building level, the district level, at the school committee level, but you have to know what your priorities are first before you decide what your decisions are going to be about what you need to change. And then you also have to work with families, faculty, and students. So when you make changes to curriculum, when you adopt materials, when you bring on something that's new or different, if you're not prepared to answer the questions that are coming your way, then you're going to find yourself in a position where you may have to abandon all the work that you've done and not be able to move forward. I actually experienced that firsthand a few years ago. We had a small group of teachers at Coventry High School working on new ELA curriculum materials, and that small group was very, very excited about one particular product, and we were kind of moving forward with that product until we opened it up to the full department, and then opened it up beyond the department to administration and other staff, and we actually realized pretty quickly it wasn't the best fit. And we had to make a decision there to abandon that. So when we decided to go at that again, we took a different approach to make sure we brought the people to the table that needed to be there right from the get-go so that they can have influence. And we really did spend a lot of time on aligning the priorities of the building and the department to what's available to them.
Thank you. Next is describe your experience working with teacher and support staff unions and any experience you have with collective bargaining. What is your approach to this work?
So everything we do in schools is about relationships. Everything we do. The success of students is based on the relationships that they have with each other and what the teacher has with them. The success of the school department is based on the relationships that you have with the people who work and attend school in that school department. So when you think about collective bargaining, when you think about negotiating a contract or even just coming to common ground on a topic that could be challenging, and you haven't done the due diligence required to develop positive, trusting relationships, then you're trying to work in a vacuum, and that becomes very challenging. So my personal experience is over the years that I've been involved in any work with the union, and by the way, I work with the union every single day, whether it's our teacher assistant union, we call it the SRP, which is our related service people, and basically our support staff, and they are crucial to what we do, but we also have our CTA union, which is our teachers union. We work with them as well. And everything that we do during the course of the year is about developing good relationships so that when you do get to the point where you have to have a difficult conversation or you're negotiating a new contract, you're doing it in a good faith, trusting way. And I find the dialogue to be way more proactive. And because you've been proactive, I find the dialogue to be way more focused on what's best for students and what's best for everyone versus just based on one particular group's own interests or needs. So I've been involved in negotiations with the teachers union and our support staff union. I've done 3 or 4 of them. Now, I haven't led the negotiations per se, meaning I was the lead of our team. The way we structured it is we had a district team that had the superintendent, myself, finance, resource. We brought in school committee. We brought in town council representatives. The teachers had their representatives. We would sometimes sit across the table from each other. Sometimes we'd break apart and have conversations in separate rooms and then come back together. And if we could find common ground, we'd sign off on agreements along the way so that we were always moving forward and not moving backwards. And often it would just come down at the very end. All the ones I was involved in, the last thing you talk about for the most part is salary and benefits. And once you get to that conversation, if you've had a really good productive working relationship up to there, that actually can go pretty smoothly. If you have been not working well with each other, that part can really be difficult.
Thank you. Describe your experience in building a complete district budget and how you approach investing school district funds. If you were put in the position to have to cut funds from a budget, how would you make those decisions?
So I've been involved in the budgeting process in Coventry as long as I've worked there, right? At the building-based level, I advocated for what's best for my building, whether it had to do with furniture or materials or supplies. I would advocate on behalf of my students and my teachers. Once I got to the district office level, I was working on the budgeting process, first from the lens of a curriculum director, but then eventually from the lens of assistant superintendent, who worked hand in hand with the superintendent and the finance director. And so we would build our budget together every single year. We would have to look at all of the available funds and what was changing. You have to look at your state aid, you have to look at your free and reduced lunch numbers, you have to look at what the local appropriation was the previous year. In Coventry, we've had some challenges because we've had a few years where we had flat level funding, and so there's no maintenance of effort in those years. So what ends up happening is if you have contractual obligations or things that go up incrementally year after year, but you've had a year where you were flat and you didn't have the maintenance of effort that goes with that, then you have more ground to make up. And so we've been in that situation a few times, which have forced us to then go to what was the next part of the question about having to make difficult decisions, looking at cutting in the budget. We know that there are certain things that are, very important to the community, and we don't ever want to talk about those things in a budgeting way unless we're really prepared to go down a certain road. And I mean things like sports and activities and programs, things that people, everybody cares about their students' academics, but students have a whole learning experience when they come to school, and that includes clubs and activities and sports, and I know North Kingstown is very proud of that. And so we don't like to have those conversations unless we absolutely have to. So we'll do anything in Coventry to not get to the point where we have to cut those things that are near and dear. So we've done an audit of ourselves, meaning we've gone through our own budget line by line by line, looking at the year over year, what was allocated to the line, what was expended, and to look at what % of that was expended. We also looked at the UCOA numbers to try to drill down to exactly what those dollars were assigned to and decide if that's a thing that we could reduce, eliminate. We found in our own budget, which, was a nice experience, is that, we had some budgeting errors that were taking place and that some things were being allocated. One item was being allocated to two different lines, meaning that people who, when you have a budget and you have POs and requisitions, everything that you expend is aligned to a UCOA number. And that UCOA number is related to a variety of different things, the location and then what the kind of expenditure it is, whether it's general ed, special ed, so on and so forth, transportation. And we found that we had some places where we had allocated money in 2 or 3 different lines, but the expenditure was only hitting one line. And so we were actually able to take those lines and take that allocation and then repurpose it into a different line, which allowed us to cut a significant amount of money out of our budget. So we did not have to talk about some of the things I mentioned before. The only other thing we've done, and we only do it based on enrollment, is every year we look at our enrollment and we look at our class sizes and we decide whether or not we have the number of classes necessary to educate the kids based on what our class caps are. So, if we have a class cap of 25 in a class and we're looking at one particular school and they only have 45 kids registered, but they have 3 classes, which means they have the capacity to educate 75 kids because it's 25 per class, we may have to have a conversation about, do we eliminate one of those positions because we don't have the enrollment to support having 3 teachers at that grade level because the enrollment only really requires 2. But you have to be really careful with that because numbers change along the way. And so you can't make that decision in May. You have to kind of make your decisions along the way until you get to the point where you don't have any more time left. So in Coventry, we had a difficult situation where we had closed 2 kindergartens because our initial kindergarten registration, which is all online, was very slow. And we actually decided to have an in-person event to get people motivated to register their kids, because sometimes when things are just online, people get a little, I'm not going to use the word lazy, people just they don't feel the urgency of coming in and signing up immediately because they know they have time to do so. And some people will go right up to the start of school to register their kids. Well, that doesn't benefit us when we're looking at enrollment and making decisions about how many classes we need. And so we were able to, we had eliminated a few classes and we ended up having to add 2 of them back in July because we got the numbers to go back up. So we look at a lot of different things, but what we want to make sure is that we have a budget that is going to educate students to the fullest capacity necessary, and we'll do almost anything. I think this is all educators, not just Don Coward, Assistant Superintendent Coventry. We'll do anything we can to try not to have budgetary cuts impact students significantly. Like their day-to-day experience should not. We're hoping that they don't feel that pain. We may feel the pain at central office, right? But that's fine.
Thank you. Considering the many decisions that face any superintendent, how and what input do you currently obtain from your students, teachers, parents, staff, and school administrators who are directly affected by those decisions?
So we collect feedback and input a lot of different ways, right? There's anecdotal, and I think this kind of speaks a little bit to even what North Kingstown put together in terms of what you were looking at for your next superintendent, like, your candidate profile, what you wanted. You wanted somebody who was approachable, somebody who was in the building, somebody who was available to people. And you can collect a lot of information as a superintendent or assistant superintendent or principal, anecdotally, just spending time in buildings and talking to people and finding out what their day-to-day challenges are, but also be able to have conversations about some ideas you have about where you'd like to take the district next and what they think about those. An example when I was a principal is I had a great relationship with the union rep for the building, and I'd have ideas about things that I thought would benefit our students, but they might be a little bit on the edge in terms of what the union may like or dislike about my idea. So I would go to her during her prep, and I'd go in her room, and I would sit down very casually, and I'm like, Deb, I'm thinking about doing this. What do you think? And we'd have this really great conversation, and then I would have time to reflect on that and tweak it. And then by the time I got to the point where I was rolling that initiative out, I might have had that same conversation with 4 or 5 different people to get casual sort of anecdotal input. So that's one way to get feedback and input. Talk to people, be available to people, ask them what they think about things, tell them what you think about things. Conversations can do a lot for what I said before about relationships and having trust, but conversations can also do a lot about an opportunity to collect information. But there's other more formal ways, right? You can survey staff. You can have sessions where people come in and give you input, talking sessions. You can have town hall sessions where you allow people to come in, like an auditorium like this, where people come in and you have a topic and you have questions and you allow people to ask questions, but you also use that as an opportunity to talk about some of your ideas and some of the things that you'd like to do. There are also people in the community that will give you really good feedback before you make mistakes, right? So you have your administrative team, and if you don't use them wisely, like they should be your advising counsel, right? You should be able to talk to them about the ideas that you have so that you can make sure that anything that could be problematic can be dealt with ahead of time. Same thing with your union president. Like I said before, if you have good relationships with the union president, you can say, I have some ideas, what do you think? But the bottom line is you have to get feedback from people, you have to talk to people, because the decisions that you make as a superintendent are frequent and sometimes not popular. And if you haven't done your homework ahead of time and you've made decisions in the moment without thinking through the impact on people, you can get caught in a situation where you either have to, like I said before, abandon it, backtrack it, or end up with egg on your face. And no superintendent wants that. Like everybody in the community, teachers, students, staff, parents, people are looking to the superintendent for leadership. They're looking for you to be the light, the guiding light. But a superintendent can't be that light without having the people around them to give them the information they need to be successful. In my first interview, one of the questions had to do with vision and what I would do to create the vision for North Kingstown. And I think part of my answer was, if the expectation is I'm going to come here and tell you your vision, it's going to fail. I don't live here. I have spent no time here as an educator. You need to tell me your vision, and then I will facilitate a way to move that forward. And if you can't articulate your vision, then it's my job to help you articulate that vision. But it's a collaborative method, a collaborative process. It's not one person telling you what to do. And I feel like that's the way with decisions. But I will say, when you make a decision, you have to stand behind the decisions that you make, because sometimes they're going to be unpopular. And if you've done your due diligence and you've done what you're supposed to do, you may have to take some shots, because if what you're doing is in the best interest of students, best interest of the community, even if it's unpopular, you may have to stand up and take that. And I've had to do that before, and I'm prepared to do that again.
Thank you. What steps have you taken to reduce bias and champion diversity in your current district? Please provide specific examples.
So, this is a topic that I have spent a lot of time thinking about. I read a lot. I talk to my own kids. I have 3 daughters. One graduated college, one in college, one who's going to be a senior next year. And we talk about different things that are important to them and experiences they have. Sometimes we've had conversations where we don't agree, but it's not because I don't see their point of view or they don't see mine. It's just that I haven't had an opportunity to think about it from their lens. And sometimes after a long conversation with them, I see their perspective and their point of view. And I think that is sort of the launching point for me when you think about bias and diversity and inclusion and anything that has to do with making people feel welcome and included and part of a community, is to give a voice to those people and an opportunity to say the things that they want to say in a safe space to somebody who's going to listen, take what they're saying without any kind of judgment, and ask difficult questions to get to where they feel they're being heard, and that you can structure their learning experience so that they can be successful and feel welcomed. And that could be in a lot of different categories, right? It could be a ton of things. There could be students who want to have a certain club. It could be a chess club. I don't care. There could be a club, and they want your ear. They want to talk to you about what they want. So you have to go to them and listen to them. Or the principal has to do that. So you have to find ways to address it. But in terms of like bias or diversity or anything that has to do with groups of people not feeling included or heard or recognized or supported, you have to have opportunities to have conversations with them. Coventry High School had an Ally Day, and now I didn't run it. I was there to help support it in terms of I encouraged it, but I did go to the school on that day, and it was just a day for kids to express their support for each other. And you could choose to express it one way or another way, but it's just a way for kids to be expressive about how they feel about themselves or each other. And it was one of the most successful days that they had at the school. And it was a great way for kids who sometimes feel like they're in the shadows to be able to be leaders and to step out and say and be sort of supported by and lifted up by the school community.
Thank you. Many parents are concerned about safety in school, but safety has many implications, such as the safety of the physical plant, protection of students from physical harm, security of your facilities, and social emotional safety and well-being of students. How have you worked to operate a safe environment for your students?
It's the most important thing we do, right? There's a hierarchy. If you ask most educators, and you say what's important, they'll say everything, right? But really, ultimately, our number one thing is the safety of students, right? And just like the question says, not safety just from the perspective of the physical plant, but the safety of them in all of the ways that you described, and finding ways to make them feel safe. And so we talk about that in almost every conversation we have, whether it has to do with academics or it has to do with any other kind of activities. Like, how do we make sure kids feel safe? How do we make sure that kids feel comfortable, even in their classroom, saying things? I had a teacher once, I observed him, this is a long time ago, and he was trying to find a way to have students give each other feedback, which they were 5th grade kids, and they were presenting something, and he wanted the kids in the class to give the presenter feedback of what they did well or what they needed to work on. And he was having a hard time structuring that because kids weren't used to giving feedback, and other kids weren't comfortable saying things in front of people that were then going to give them what they believed to be judgmental feedback. And we had to work really hard together to come up with a way to teach our kids how to communicate in a way that is supportive. And you can give people supportive, positive feedback, but you could also give people feedback in a way that it makes them a better writer or somebody who's, their presentation skills, so on and so forth. I will say, in terms of my roles and responsibilities, I've been involved in all of this. I mean, the most recent, if I'll start with facilities and physical plant, is, after what happened in Texas, immediately we were all asked, every district, North Kingstown did it as well, to do an analysis of the safety of your building. There was a survey. We walked the buildings. I walked the buildings with our facilities director. We looked at things. We asked questions, and we put together a list of things that needed to be addressed immediately, things that need to be addressed in the short term, and some things that need to be addressed in the long term. And then we had to get the funding and the budgeting together to support that. And we were able to do some of that. Fortunately, we were able to do some of it already, and some of it will be done before the start of school. But there were things that we recognized right away that needed to be done. But, and I mentioned this at my first interview, I was also personally involved in a situation at our high school where we thought there was an active shooter, and the building went into lockdown. And not a practice, like the building went into lockdown. And I was called, and I went to the school, and I was there, getting there at the same time as the police department. And I lived that whole experience, and all of it. The mutual aid from the other communities, the state police, the dogs, the heavy armor and equipment, the decisions that we made and how to communicate and what to communicate, and how do we make parents know that their kids are safe, but at the same time don't give information that's going to jeopardize what we're trying to do. How do we dismiss kids? How do we feed kids? All these things that we think about but become really real when you're in the moment. And then, of course, at the end, I had to then do a news conference with our colonel, and we had to answer questions to the community. And it was a very eye-opening experience for me. And so after that was done, and I took the lead on that, my superintendent actually was out of the state. And so I was the one. There was no one for me to look to and say, can you bail me out on this one? Like, this was mine. Also, communicating with the school committee, who wanted information, but I could only give them what I could give them because I was actively involved in the situation. Also, the media. I was getting I didn't know who had my number. Apparently, lots of people, right? I was getting calls from all the media outlets asking me for statements and information, and I couldn't do that because we were working an active situation, which at the end of the day turned out to be okay. There was a threat. We were able to identify after the fact with the use of school cameras where the threat came from. We were able to identify the student. The student got the appropriate consequences. The police there was a police matter as well, as you would suspect. And so I learned a lot from that, but one of the best experiences was after that was all done, we did a debrief, a room full of people, all the administrators from the building, myself, the chief of police, dispatch, fire, rescue, and we walked through the entire process from beginning to end and talked about all the things that we thought really went well and some of the things that we wanted to do differently. And that was a really good experience, and that's safety from the lens of what do you do in a crisis, right? So the first one was safety in the sense of how to keep people safe in a facility, but also what do you do in a crisis? In terms of my leadership in that, I was part of the mutual command. The police have their role, but the educators have their role. One of the things that came out of that I would say to whether I'm the superintendent here or somebody else, I would say the most important thing that we learned from that in terms of communication is you have to have a dedicated person whose job it is to just communicate throughout that. You can't expect a principal to jump off one situation to get on a computer, type an email to a listserv that pertains information that might be changing on the spot. You have to have somebody whose job it is to just communicate with people. And because communication is key, because if you don't give people the information they need, then they'll create their own. And what they create is going to be way worse, most likely, than what's actually happening, which creates hysteria. And that's not a good situation. And then social emotional, I mean, think about what we just went through with the pandemic. I mean, there's been so much damage. People always talk about learning loss and academic need, and I feel like that is all super important. But there's a ton of research that says academics will not improve without kids having a solid social emotional state of mind. I think that the last stats I saw was schools that implemented solid social emotional education, students tend to score, I think it was like 11% higher on standardized tests than kids who don't have a solid social emotional educational component in their learning environment, because there's so many things that go with social emotional learning. It's about goal setting, it's about empathy, it's about making good decisions, it's about how do you communicate to people. We've worked in Coventry using restorative justice, where we've trained teachers and then they work with their kids to deal with difficult situations, but then restore the relationship by having kids communicate with each other. When I was a young teacher, that was more like peer mediation, but it's the same kind of thing. We've also done conscious discipline, which I know if you haven't started it, you're going to start it because it's on your strategic plan, which has to do with looking at kids, not in a punitive way that all consequences have to be punitive, but in a trauma-based way, saying, what is this student experiencing? Where are they at in terms of their readiness? Because maybe the behaviors you're experiencing have less to do with opposition and more to do with things in their life, trauma in their life that's getting in the way of them being ready to learn. And how do you address that? There's tons of great books about that, by the way. Just thinking about what students need. I read a great article. It sounds so simple, but the title of it was, I think it was, Give the Kid a Pencil. Because how often in schools do we draw a line in the sand that's unnecessary? And, in the old days, you ask your teacher for a pencil and they, no, go ask a friend. Or they make you give I had to give my teacher my shoe to get a pencil because she didn't want me to leave with her pencil. And the only way to get her pencil back, for me to get my shoe back, was to give her a pencil back. So that wasn't the best day, right? I'm walking around with one shoe on because I needed a pencil. And the article basically says, give the kid a pencil. If the kid needs a pencil, give the kid a pencil so he could be successful, she could be successful. If that's the biggest problem you're dealing with at the moment, let's push that aside so the student can be successful. I'm trying to see if I've skipped anything else here. Oh, and by the way, anything you do for students, you really should be thinking about for your staff. The staff goes through secondary trauma. And I've experienced secondary trauma myself where I've dealt with a situation that was super hot, whether it was a restraint or something that involved the police or something that involved a custody dispute on school property. And when the whole thing was said and done, I'm literally sitting there with my head in my hands thinking to myself, what did I just experience? And our teachers are dealing with that all the time. And secondary trauma is a real thing, and it can definitely impact how people perform. So, I work really hard to build relationships with people, and I think part of the reason why I've been successful is I recognize when people need some time or when they need some support, and then I try to find ways to get them what they need.
Thank you. So our last question is, do you have anything that you would like to tell us that has not been brought out through the interview process?
I would say this, and this is not like a huge earth-shattering thing, but I will say this because I think it's important. I kind of knew back when I had that initial conversation with my wife and her cousin that when I got into education, I probably wasn't going to be a teacher the entire time because I have that personality where I have to be challenged and I'm competitive enough that I want to constantly be challenging myself, but I also want to be competing and I hate to say it, but winning, right? I want to keep working towards the best for me, but the best for whoever I'm working with. So I knew at some point I would probably move into administration, but what I do want people to know, the folks on TV and you folks and people in the room, but I've also been really, really cautious and deliberate in making sure I had the right kinds of experiences so that when I made the next step commitment, that I had walked in the shoes of the people who I would eventually have to lead. So I did not even think about school administration until I had taught for 10 years. And I had opportunities, but I said, to me, 10 years meant something, right? I want to be a classroom teacher for at least 10 years before I move into administration. Then I became a principal, and I was a principal for 11 years before I went into central administration. And then I was in central administration since 2016 as a curriculum director and now the assistant superintendent. So it hasn't been quite 10 years, but it's been a substantial amount of time, because I think when you lead people and you can tell them, I know what you're going through because I've been there and I get it, and I know what worked for me, but I also know what didn't work for me, it gives you a sense of connection to people where they will understand that you are not speaking to them in a way that is from a position of power in a downward way, but more in a way of as a community, you know, and I experience what you experience, and I can help you be successful. Sometimes you lead from the front, sometimes you lead from the back, sometimes you lead from the side. And I think when you've had lots of experiences that you can share with other people, you absolutely can lead from the side and allow people to be successful. But sometimes you need someone to say, from the front, follow me, and I'll get you there. And so I think as a person who's tried to hit every rung of the ladder, I've tried to really put myself in a position that I've experienced things that would make me successful in the next place, so that I didn't always have to be in a place where I had to use my title or position to influence change, but I could actually use my experiences to get people to buy into what I was trying to accomplish, if that makes sense. It makes sense to me, so I'll stop there.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, and thank you for coming out this evening.
All right, I get to take the water, right?
You can keep the water. Thank you.
All right, good luck.
So we're going to have a very brief break. Our next candidate is here, and we'll have that person come in a couple minutes. Okay, we'll have our last candidate come on in. Okay, so we're going to start with our final candidate this evening, and this is Dr. Nicholas Wade. And Dr. Wade, just the same things that I mentioned to the other candidates. There are a couple sheets in front of you with the questions that we're going to ask. The candidates were not provided the questions in advance, but you have them there for reference because some of them have multiple parts, and you can refer back just in case I go too quickly or if there's a part you want to look back on. We have 8 questions, and if we keep the responses to somewhere around 5 minutes or so each, that would give us about 40 minutes, and we planned on 45 minutes per candidate, though you're welcome to take more or less time on any question if you feel the need to do so. Having said that, I'm going to start. So our first question for you is, please describe your interest in the North Kingstown School Department and why you applied. Discuss one of your greatest accomplishments in your previous jobs. When did you realize you wanted to dedicate your career to public education?
I believe what I'll do is first go in reverse order. First and foremost, I want to say thank you again for extending the invitation, having me be able to come back out here and meet with all of you and all those in the audience. In terms of what made me get into public education, a very common story that I always like to share with people because it really motivates my philosophy in terms of public education and really advocacy for it is that I started off in public education, obviously, as a student with an IEP, and I was clearly in a room full of other students at the school and the district were really unsure about what to do with. And obviously, as time went on, because of that wonderful acronym, it actually prevented me from being able to participate in other opportunities as time went forward within the district and then other districts that it fed into. And I bring that up because one thing that's always been, though, consistent throughout my whole public education career has been the teachers, from Ms. Murphy to Ms. Cannella, Ms. Greenfield. All of them, they've just been absolutely wonderful, positive experiences. And, if my mom were here, she'd probably dope slap me because I didn't name them, because they did mean so much to me. And being able to essentially be part of the larger general education population, so to speak. And what's always been really important for me is because I had that high regard, a wonderful little anecdote that I always like sharing with especially graduating seniors is that when I was a senior in high school, I took a career aptitude test that told me I should be a forest ranger. My guidance counselor told me I should be in business. I actually wanted to go to film school, and my dad just wanted me to have a W-2. So, of course, it would make sense I would pursue public education. But what was always the most meaningful to me was because, those teachers were always my resource, especially English teachers, which is why then I became a high school English teacher, which, as we all know, is the greatest of all subjects. And that always just meant a significant amount to me. And in terms of accomplishments, that philosophy, one of the things I always had for a vision at both, Elmwood Park and Lexington too, is that we are here, again, since we are here for all students, that is really our moral imperative to make sure that we provide opportunities for all. Because students, as we all know, all of us, even on this stage, we are incredibly different. We have incredibly different interests, incredibly different learning styles, and it's our responsibility to make sure that we can provide not only just a core education for everyone, but the necessary supports and opportunities for people to explore and really delve into whatever their future careers or plans may actually be. And at Elmwood Park, it was called an invitation to opportunity. We had to leave in a little elm tree that grew each year. And at Lexington 2, we had Champions for Children, and we tweaked it where we kind of got away from the A for effort and really wanted to make sure that we modeled the one district approach that all students, regardless of who they are that come through our door, can actually realize success. And that is, again, our responsibility to do so, and we went to where students are champions. And in terms of the successes for that, I'm really torn between two, where In Elmwood Park, we were able to realize full-day kindergarten. That's a big deal in Illinois. At the time, we were the 7th district out of 850 to realize full-day kindergarten for all students. So there was no tuition. If you were a resident, you got to join. And that was a big deal because it also allowed us, in order to actually implement that, it also allowed me to simultaneously achieve a number of other objectives, such as making the middle school a true middle school and doing a wonderful capital improvement project over there, and actually realizing 6 through 12 college and career articulation. And in terms of Lexington 2, what I'm torn with is just everyone likes talking about it, the pandemic. But I'm really proud of how all the staff and the community were throughout, because not only were we able to navigate just all those wonderful tumultuous turns, so while we were able to still navigate what we had to do, we were still able to simultaneously move forward on a number of academic and support initiatives that weren't really being realized at the time. So I'm always kind of torn between those two, and depends on the day that you catch me. And in terms of North Kingstown, what I look for, I'm not really a canvasser. I don't send my stuff out there to everyone. And what really matters the most to me and my family, especially Mrs. Dr. Wade, is really that we look for really a district that has a vision that that I believe in. That because if there's not a vision that's being shared by both the committee or the board and as well as the superintendent, then it's kind of like, what are we actually doing here? But a really big thing that really matters the most to me is community. And I know from coming here the first time, community was very strong, and being able to come out here and be at a number of local restaurants, the community is clearly very strong. And that really means a lot to me, because in all my places that I've been at, whether it's Winnebago, Elmwood Park, or even Lexington 2, the community support has always been very meaningful, and I've always been appreciative of that.
Thank you. Next question is, how would you determine if a specific curriculum needed to be changed, and describe how you would approach changing the curriculum so that you can obtain support from families, faculty, and students?
I believe when you're talking about, when you're having the conversation about changing a curriculum, I usually don't think you want to change it just for giggles. Like, there's got to be some sort of necessity that's really, serving as a catalyst, whether it's not meeting our particular expectations for what students are learning, or perhaps it's not even accessible to all the students themselves, or even the teachers have some opinions about the resources, or even supports that are coming along with it. I can say that, we've pursued a number of curriculum changes over time, but that's always been a result of a conversation. Usually we always have like a system. Usually we either have larger working committees, whether it's about standards-based grading or technology or competency-based education, what have you. Sometimes those come out of those conversations that kind of becomes like an ad hoc venture, but it's always been something that's been motivated by something that we can either see that's coming from the data, or it's actually coming through, qualitatively in terms of conversation, whether in engaging with, teachers or administrators or even parents and students as well, or even collective bargaining units. All that really matters. In terms of the process, I think what really matters the most when selecting a particular curriculum program, it's really first looking at what are our expectations, not just in terms of the state standards, because you can have as many state standards as you want, but how we interpret them really still matters in the end. I believe in the last round I used an example saying, there's a fundamental difference in terms of rigor and cognitive demand in terms of asking who was the first president of the United States, but why was it important for George Washington to be president of the United States? And that really changes everything in terms of, not only what we expect to happen in the classroom, but also what we expect, how teachers are actually teaching the content. But when you have the expectations in terms of standards and interpreting what that means, you also have conversations about what are those particular outcomes. And then when you have the conversation about outcomes, then it gets into the fun debate and conversation about, well, how do we actually measure that? And then you kind of get into then having the conversation about what are some particular curriculum programs that have our expectations, but have a number of formative and summative resources that allow us to accurately monitor student progress, that we can have meaningful and collaborative conversations about what to do to address either deficiencies or, being able to enrich, where applicable. Also, part of those conversations have always been making sure that we had the instructional materials available in languages other than English. We also want to make sure that it was also available digitally, so we can really realize a blended learning environment. And I think for any new curriculum program that's going into place, what always really matters is making sure that you have a support system in place for all staff, and that kind of goes into having instructional coaches, professional learning communities, and turning on that tap for PD in terms of content and instructional practice.
Thank you. Describe your experience working with teacher and support staff unions and any experience you have with collective bargaining. What is your approach to this work?
So in Elmwood Park, we had collective bargaining units. We had 3 of them, and they all function incredibly different from one another and even within. We had the teacher union, the support staff union, and the custodial union. Coming into the superintendency in Elmwood Park, that was when the support staff actually, created their union, and rightfully so. They had every right to. I believe I worked with the board on 5 contracts. And the way that it worked in Elmwood Park is that in terms of collective bargaining, there would be 2 representatives from the board, and then it would be really me and the assistant superintendent for finance and operations, and then there would be a whole committee involving wherever the respective collective bargaining unit is. But leading up to that, because when you get into the collective bargaining measures, what really matters most beyond anything is really like what is the state of the relationship between not just leadership, but the board, or in this case, committee, and as well as the collective bargaining unit. And one of the things that was always incredibly paramount was that there was always a sense of collaboration, transparency, and consistency that was kind of coming out with being able to either address real or perceived issues as they came about, but also interpretations of whatever the collective bargaining language would actually be. What we had in place at Elmwood Park was that we had the building principals. They always met with their building representatives. Then the district, we had the superintendent and my cabinet. We met with the officers, so that way any issues that kind of could not be resolved at the local level, they would reach us, and if there was anything that we felt had to be addressed involving, let's say, the board and obviously an MOU, it would go in that particular direction. We would also send out minutes of those meetings so everyone could see, because we had an issue that was arising where we had a number of employees who would come to us saying that they brought these concerns to their representatives. Why isn't it being addressed? And I would have to look at them in the eye and say, that's never been brought up once. So we were trying to do something that at least it got everything out there, and so we could kind of limit any potential misinformation or misunderstanding that would arise from that. And one thing that we always encouraged that always did have a positive effect was actually coffee with the board, where then they try to do about 3 times a year, but then they would actually choose a building and then they would have coffee and donuts, where then essentially they would just go out and mingle. It was very informal, but it was just a way for them to be accessible, let's say.
Thank you. Describe your experience in building a complete district budget and how you approach investing school district funds. If you were put in a position to have to cut funds from a budget, how would you make those decisions?
Coming into both superintendencies at Elmwood Park and Lexington too, there were some financial issues, whatever they may be, like either an impending deficit that needed to be addressed, or a district kind of functioning in a wartime economy, and I'll kind of talk about each of them in their own different way. At Elmwood Park, imagine going into collective bargaining with a new funding formula coming into place. Like I remember the first week I was a superintendent, Elmwood Park was named the biggest loser in the funding formula, and at that same time we're trying to address a $2 million deficit that was going to be compounded on a $44 million budget. Operating budget. So one of the things, and I need to give a shout out to Mr. Jennings, the Assistant Superintendent of Finance and Operations, also, as fate would have it, he was my junior high dean. Small world in education. what we ended up doing is actually completely restructuring the budget, where then we would actually be looking at a 5-year trend within each particular line item and account, and really look at terms of revenue and expenditure overall, where we can make some reasonable, logical assumptions about what we could anticipate in the future. So at least we have at least what is known, and then really start evaluating what are kind of the known unknowns and all that wonderful good stuff. But one of the things that we would go in there then would lead to other conversations was sometimes that there were issues just involving basic accounting practices. Others were just contracts that were still in use that made absolutely no sense. Like we had a cleaning mat contract that we were spending hundreds of thousands of dollars in 5 buildings to clean mats that were so I mean, little things like that where I think it's always good not just to have, there's always going to be that audit. But that audit doesn't really go into like how you're actually spending your money as thoroughly, because what really matters is being able to have like ongoing conversations about, here's your essential line items, here's what your needs are, here are what your anticipated wants, and you can kind of go from there. But we were able to turn around that $2 million deficit, and now I know they're enjoying a surplus, so good for them. And it's one of those that in terms of getting the conversation about what has to get cut, my whole mentality has always been about avoiding anything that could really grossly impact learning and operations. Because when you start doing that, that's where everything starts getting extraordinarily sensitive. Like when you start talking about adjusting class sizes or cutting sports activity, well, whatever it may be, I always argue before you kind of get to that point, you would have to be able to go through, put your hand on any book that you choose to, and be able to say with a straight face that here's the situation we're in, we went through everything, here's the logic and rationale between each and every expenditure, and here's an evaluation of why you can't get rid of it, or here's the potential impact of it. And at Lexington 2, the wartime economy I mentioned, because I really don't know a better way to describe it, it was very fascinating because there were a number of board policies that really were encouraging this, for the lack of a better terminology, like robbing Peter to pay Paul, because it was one of those things where there was a policy in there that there wasn't X amount of money left in the operating budget, that somehow double that would be pulled from the reserves and be going over to the capital. So we addressed all that. And we cleaned that up, which then made at least budgeting significantly easier. What was also really missing was that there was not a conversation amongst all different parties there about what are the actual needs. So when we went up with about budgeting, it was also then we had not only the building principals, but we had the the chief officers for human resources, finance, and curriculum instruction. So that way we could all have the conversation right there about what are the real and perceived needs and wants, and what we can kind of do about it and prioritize, and have a full-blown conversation about what that would actually look like, should certain things become granted, or what really becomes a necessity. Another big thing was really auditing how, because we had to rebuild the budget as well, but a big thing was that how it was also used, how the fiscal practices were, like title funds were never really touched by district office. The way that was approached was, you're a Title I school, you have X hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars. We don't have a say in what you do, you got to do whatever you want. But the problem was that was such really a misuse of funds, because you would then imagine you would have like half a dozen schools getting their own individual license for the same program, and we're losing out on hundreds of thousands of dollars of savings. So I mean, from the first fiscal year, we had a surplus of about $1 million and a $90 million operating budget, and that was only really because of CARES Act money. Then to putting everything in place, we were able to have a $3 million surplus, a $90 million budget, without really taking into account any other federal monies that went into it.
Thank you. Considering the many decisions that face any superintendent, how and what input do you currently obtain from your students, teachers, parents, staff, and school administrators who are directly affected by those decisions?
Well, I mean, that community outreach and engagement piece is always absolutely critical. One of the things that I know there were quite a few similar questions in the first round, and I could tell that communication and engagement was a very strong focal point, even from the survey results. And what always really matters beyond anything, I think, for a superintendent is that they are an individual that can be looked at as someone that's is honest, is transparent, is consistent. As someone that's really approachable and accessible. At both districts, it was amazing how what I would just consider your default job responsibilities, such as, responding to emails or returning phone calls, or even just having a meeting with concerned stakeholders, whether individually or collectively, 90% of your issues can really go away if parties know that you are very much sincere and earnest and really understanding what are the concerns that are actually happening and what's a way forward. In terms of, of any new superintendent coming in the position, there's always that wonderful entry plan, and that's really paramount because you only get one chance to really show that you are in fact a human being, that you understand what is transpiring and you're going to get to it. But what really matters is that you have a number of avenues that follow that can be sustained, that allow you to keep up that relationship. Because then if you have all these different avenues and they keep seeing the person that you are and your actions as a leader follow suit, that really helps a whole slew of trust. And at both Elmwood Park and Lex 2, a lot has been accomplished in a shorter period of time because of those relationships with teachers, the community, and respective, pillars, whether identified by others or self-imposed. And one of the things that's always, like, for example, at Elmwood Park, we overhauled the website. We created a web media specialist position where we could actually generate our own news content that could be a little bit more in-depth about all the different initiatives that we had going on. We had a superintendent spotlight that, being a stubborn English teacher, I wrote myself. And we had a podcast, which we actually won an award for, but what really made it special was because it wasn't just hearing this voice for 20 or 30 minutes. We brought in students and teachers and parents to have their own views about what was actually transpiring in the district and what all of our particular efforts were. We had public health and information sessions, community engagement pieces, meetings with staff. Even at Lexington 2, we had 15 buildings, and I met with each of them quarterly, where they got to ask me anything that was on their mind. There was always an anonymous form that they could submit, or they could ask me right there. And it would really, in the end, it just turned out that it would just be a great conversation amongst, between me and a whole group of people. But we did that all the time. We did virtual engagement sessions. I mean, keeping all those different avenues alive and being present at community functions, events, and organizations, all that really matters to sustain. So then when you do make these decisions, people understand the why, that you've actually anticipated what the impact could actually be, both positive and negative, and basically what are going to be your particular solutions around it.
Thank you. What steps have you taken to reduce bias and champion diversity in your current district? Please provide specific examples.
Well, I mean, the first step with bias is always acknowledging that there's going to be bias. That's always, I think, the biggest error of some individuals, organizations, where you say, no, we're totally fine here, nothing to see, and that's not always particularly true, because sometimes it's always going to be unintended. And that whole promoting diversity, I'm going to kind of tweak the question, and you can tell me if I'm doing it incorrectly, but I kind of look at that or interpreting it more from an equity lens as well, because I think that's really tied into it as well, where I've had the experience where in both districts where we had growing populations that really were not being afforded opportunities in terms of core academics or interscholastic or even just basic supports. Case in point, I mean, we had in both districts some growing EL population. That mean at both districts we really shored up that we actually, or even created a bilingual EL department and really made sure that we had individuals that could actually speak languages other than English that were on staff. But it really, to me, is about, with going to the equity thing, it's about access to all the different programs. And to me, it's incredible that, it's important that whether you're having an accelerated program or you're having a college and career track or whatever, that forbidden word track, but whatever it may actually be, continuum, that you actually have a multiple measure process in place that's absolutely objective. One of the big things at Elmwood Park and Lexington 2 was, and this was obviously sensitive, was that we grossly reduced in terms of coming up with the initial list of those who qualified for certain programs or opportunities. We removed the anecdotal recommendation from employees or administrators because they were actually two fundamentally different lists altogether. And one of the things that we also were extremely identifying was that it was not really paying mind to the objective performance of the students. and really being conscientious that basically students can show their strengths in a multitude of different ways. We really wanted to make sure that that we had students that could be that could participate in such opportunities, but their demonstration of proficiency could be different. And I'm going to use one that always was kind of sensitive, and then you can never get rid of it because then everyone liked it. But it's really involving speaking and listening, like within an English or social studies classroom. People were always, hesitant because they felt that was a more, as quite a few people told me, a lazy way to show you understood something. But really, students were able to become engaged because while there might be difficulty in writing something out, they could articulate in their own way and still provide support that they understood the concepts that were actually happening, which then allowed us to have conversations about how do we diversify, how we actually go about assessing proficiency. And that goes diversifying what your end of unit or end of course summative assessments may actually be looking like. And it's also getting into the conversation about assessing, are there policies and practices in place that really are prohibitive? I mean, at both districts, there were policies that weren't updated for anywhere between 10 to 25 years. They used archaic language, but it was being used to prevent people from being able to participate in acceleration, dual credit, or what have you. But in both cases, at Elmwood Park and Lexington 2, removing a lot of those particular barriers also then greatly increase the participation of students with all those wonderful acronyms of IEP, 504, and EL as well.
Thank you. Many parents are concerned about safety in school, but safety has many implications, such as the safety of the physical plant, protection of students from physical harm, security of your facilities, and social and emotional safety and well-being of students. How have you worked to operate a safe environment for your students?
I think there's quite a few different elements that kind of go into there. I think there's like the matter that kind of involves the actual physical layout of the facilities, but then also kind of gets into what I'm always an advocate for, which is more the social emotional learning and mental health piece. And I'm going to try and touch both of them and get to them to answer the question fully. At Elmwood Park, we actually evaluated the whole crisis plan from scratch because it wasn't done for quite an extended period of time. But because we also did not actually have drills that were being consistently enforced, but also there were different expectations between what a cold and a hard lockdown actually were. So one of the things that we really worked hard at doing was ensuring that not only do we have a new crisis plan, that if you received a W-2 from the district, you received the same type of training about what happens in this and what your actual role is, regardless of the place in the building. We even made quite a few squirrels homeless by printing off way too many banners to make sure that we had expectations printed and laminated and basically in every room, closet, what have you. So at least then there was consistency in language and expectations. Simultaneously, we also then went and we actually, it was kind of like moving heaven and earth, but we got a school resource officer. I always like calling him the community resource officer because when you're 2 square miles and 5 buildings, you can get around very quickly. But we were able to get a school resource officer who was able to be hands-on and be responsive, and at least we had an active liaison between us and law enforcement about issues that were transpiring within the community that allowed us to be more proactive in terms of teachers, administrators, but also our social workers in terms of the needs of our students. We also put in place a social emotional learning curriculum, as well as expanding upon the number of social workers that we had in the district so that we made sure that there was more than enough access to all the wonderful services that come with having social workers. We also really expanded upon CPI training, where again, if you received a W-2, you received training for that. So at least that way we actually were improving upon de-escalation and classroom management skills. But all those things really matter about really being able to, you can have as many changes to the physical layout of the building, but we all know that situations arise, within the hallway, within the classroom, and are we giving all of our employees the necessary tools to do what they can to de-escalate, but also in how do we actually respond should a situation arise. And I'll give you a wonderful true story that it's amazing how little things matter. So one of the things that we did was we actually put in place an ID system where we made middle and high school students wear an ID. And the bands were color-coded and how they were inverted. You knew if they were an employee of that building or if they were a student. And I was with my assistant superintendent visiting a school in Philadelphia, because the board sent us, and we were visiting a school. And then all of a sudden, an individual was identified in the high school as not having an ID badge, and immediately went into hard lockdown. But it was one of those things where, talk about fate or great timing, but everyone knew exactly what to do, where in terms of how the school and the district responded and communicated out that, we literally did everything we should. And it's like and it just reinforced the importance of doing this, where we're not just doing it to fill a day of training or what have you. And even at Lexington 2, one of the biggest issues that we had was not all of our schools had school resource officers. I personally wrote out all the grants to make sure that there was funding, because not all of our respective municipalities had the funds to even have their own police force, so at least they could get them, so that way we could have a school resource officer. We also introduced an SEL curriculum, a CPI one. The district never had school social workers previously, so we were able to put in place school social workers and a district social worker / family services coordinator who was able to be in touch with not only a number of religious organizations, but also nonprofits, where we could actually articulate or at least coordinate all these different resources, and towards not only what the students individually needed, but what their families did as well. We also hired district interpreters, because we really had no communication to a large segment of our population in the community, and that immediately changed overnight the moment that we had them in place, and it really changed what all the different dynamics were in terms of reaching out to them. A lot of our partnerships, we also made sure that we expanded upon medical and dental and mental health access. To give you an idea, one of our agreements with an organization called Healthy Learners, in 1 year they reached over a total of a little over 300. And the way that we expanded it included bilingual personnel in there as part of our agreement. They surpassed that in 1 month. So in terms of the safety, all of that really matters, because so many of our issues that we're also noticing at Lexington 2 were stemming from incidents that were transpiring at home as well. And also, we had a significant number of blind spots. We did not have door alarm systems everywhere. Some doors needed to be replaced, and we invested significantly heavily, not just updating the technology infrastructure, but really making sure that we did not have blind spots in our buildings. We had door alarm systems, and we did a whole, top to bottom, and, kudos to the federal government for giving us to be able to really get ahead of all that as well.
Thank you. Okay, and our last question is, do you have anything that you would like to tell us that has not been brought out through the interview process?
One thing I would like to share with the board, just because I'm also very proud it survived the trip, I actually created an entry plan just so the board would have an idea, just with things that I've shared in the first round. They're also, I know, in the application packet, and I anticipate what I would share tonight. But I really want to be able to kind of show the board essentially what my strategy is with being able to go out there and really engaging with the community, but also really assessing, organizational capacity, and really trying to, objectively formulate whatever that particular plan is forward. And I'd be more than happy. I don't have to droll on about it, but if I can leave it with you, that would be
Absolutely
fantastic. And again, I feel, again, one of the things I stressed, earlier on is that whole sense of community. One of the things why I really mentioned that is because, I have two wonderful little ones, number one son and the other one, as I affectionately call them. And, and they go to schools within my district, and I feel that's really, important, because I kind of have particular philosophical issues about those who make choices otherwise. Because I feel like if I'm here as an advocate for public education, I have to feel comfortable with my students being part of the school system as well. And I mention that because, as I mentioned earlier, I don't really canvass out there or send my credentials out there, because it's really a joint decision between me and Mrs. Dr. Wade about where we feel would be great for, our family, about where we can be, where we can function, whether it's in the wonderful PTO or HOA, because we're always, gluttons for punishment, or being involved in a number of youth sports, but it's something that really matters, and that was something that really stood out upon the research and being able to come out here, because the New England area we are familiar with. We have a number of friends and family, and when this was recommended by colleagues, it felt very very right and very familiar. And when I say familiar, it's because when I look at, all the wonderful agendas and packets and meetings, and if you're wondering, did I look, yeah, because why not? We're English teachers are English nerds, and we like doing that. And it's, to me, it's a comparable vision, and everything that's being discussed or pursued are things that I have worked on previously at both Elmwood Park and Lexington too. One thing on the application packet, I created QR codes. If you scan them, it'll take you to a wonderful portfolio of the work that was performed in each district, and also giving you an idea of the students, staff, and the community at large at both areas, as well as a collection of all communications, media coverage, good, bad, and indifferent, for you to peruse. But I want to say thank you again.
And thank you very much. Okay, thank you. So, just reorganize here. So Dr. Wade is our last candidate this evening. And just a couple things I just want to point out to the community, both here and anyone watching. I mentioned earlier on that these interviews were all recorded, so if for some reason you weren't able to watch all the candidates, you can certainly go back and look at those on the YouTube feed, which is also linked on the district's website. Just a reminder for those of you who weren't familiar how this process worked, we formed a very broad search committee, which was composed of various stakeholders from all different organizations within North Kingstown, ranging from our teachers and staff union, administration, members of the town council, the town, communities, which included students as well as parent PTOs, reached out to the Chamber of Commerce as well as the Senior Center. We really tried to have a really broad group, and that group looked at all the applicant pool that came in and recommended these three candidates to us for the final interviews, which, as we mentioned earlier, we committed to doing in public, and that's what we just did. The big things to know I mentioned earlier, we will not be announcing any decisions this evening. That would come later. And importantly to also know that these are the three finalists that were brought forth to us, but the school committee could decide that we aren't happy with this current applicant pool and not choose one of these three. So we have to make our decision there. So that is also a possibility. So just so that everyone understands how that process works. So ultimately the decision under Rhode Island law does vest with the school committee as a whole, and we would be the ones who make that decision. So I want to thank you. We've got a couple other last agenda things, but I just want to thank everyone for coming. We have a nice turnout here, and I appreciate very much the interest that you folks have in our district, enough that you'd want to spend your evening to see a bunch of candidate interviews, which is not a process that everyone has the opportunity to view or sit through, but it's a great way to get to know the individuals and more of what we're looking at as we look at our own process here. So I've got to go back to our agenda. Our agenda has a couple of reports. There's disposal notifications on there. Do any members have any questions regarding the disposal notifications? Okay. Then if not, the school committee is going to recess to an executive session. Under Rhode Island law, we are allowed to have an executive session, meaning a private meeting to discuss the job performance, character, physical, mental health of a person, provided that those persons affected have been notified in advance in writing and advised that they could require the discussion to be held in an open meeting. So I'd ask for a motion to recess to executive session for that purpose. I have a motion from Mr. Mather, second from Ms. Hoskins, and those individuals have been notified of that right and chose not to have it open. We do reconvene at the end, but if you want to stay, you're welcome to. It's pretty boring. We just have to seal our minutes and disclose whether we had any votes. So we're going to recess to our executive session now, and thank you again for coming. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have ended our executive session, and we're reconvening to our open session. So we've reached routine items, and I'd ask for a motion to seal the executive session minutes of August 16th, 2022. I have a motion from Ms. Hoskins, second from Ms. Hildebrand. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. And I can disclose that no votes were taken in this evening's executive session. We've reached the end of our agenda, and I would ask for a motion to adjourn. I have a motion from Ms. Lima. Second from Mr. Mather. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. We are adjourned. Thank you.